audio is on, and let's go to YouTube. I don't know if it's going to be quiet, but we'll test it. We'll test it. Your videos. Live. Okay. This is quiet. Okay. Let's drop. Well. Okay. Going to mute this for a second. We'll see. I'll see what I sound like to me. I don't think anybody is going to be listening or watching because I haven't really told them I was streaming yet. But just doing a test. So I have the rate limiter on, but I also just turned up my volume just slightly. That works okay, but I still feel like I'm getting kind of a buzzing or something. Hmm. Okay, this is without the limiter. I do have a noise suppression here, but that actually does great for background noise and sounds like I'm fairly clear, I guess. Still buzzing though because of not the non-limiter. I don't know. I don't know what's how to fix this because I'm not an audio engineer. Okay, this is with the limiter back on. And the limiter, I think, is just making sure that it's not loud volume, I guess. Maybe we could fix it with an equalizer. Still buzzing. Yes, let's remove the limiter. Let's try 3-band equalizer. Okay. There is such a long delay getting back to the audio. And this isn't lag, this is so as long as I don't speak too loud, maybe it's all right. Actually, let's see something here. Testing, testing, testing. Oh, so that would be right at 6, wouldn't it? Okay, what's going on here? That's interesting. That means I still get a buzz because I increased the highs. Here, back. Yes. Okay, so now we're back to the default on the 3-band equalizer. And this is the mid up. This is the mid down. Back to normal. And the noise suppressor might be affecting something a little bit. This is low all the way up. This is low all the way down. So weird. Okay, let's just delete that. Okay, let's just make sure that let's put let's put me at around -8 dB. Let's see how that sounds. Okay, how about -6? That's probably okay. Let's do one more thing here. We have the compressor. What's the compressor do? Let's try that. Let's see what that does. Huh, this sounds like it makes it more quiet. Okay, threshold attack release, output gain. Let's just trash this one. What about gain? If I shift my gain up, it's just gonna make it louder, right? Okay, let's trash that. All right. Um, yeah, let's just make sure that I'm not too loud, but it does not get up into the red unless I'm shouting and screaming, which I shouldn't be. Okay, let's go to the stream. I'm not starting the stream just yet, but let's go to the stream and then let's see. Uh, Let me know how I sound, guys. Actually going to start the stream proper in a few minutes, but I'm curious about how bad I'm buzzing, and I can't figure out uh, how to fix it. And that's when I'm talking at a normal, kind of semi-loud It's not loud, but it's kind of a normal loud. I'm going to mute this on my side. And let's see, so go back to OBS here. Put this down a little bit. Let's get up a little, well, or what the heck? What is that? On my shirt. Gets junk on my shirt. Okay, so this is how I'm going to be talking about normally. It looks like it's going into the red a little bit. Yeah, let's see if I can... There. It shouldn't be going into the red unless I'm screaming, which I'm not. And so this is normal speaking voice for the stream. So whatever. I guess I don't care about looking all professional, at least not on the stream. That's not really what this is about anyway. So here, let's copy the link. Let's do the usual deals. You won't be able to see this because I got it set to webcam right now. But we're gonna go to X. And I got notifications on X. Redot liked your post. It's that time again. Okay, so sorry, yeah. Remove blind from microphone. Yeah, sure. It's not that kind of buzzing. It's has to do with the resonance of my voice and the fact that my webcam's microphone is probably not all that great. So yeah. Streaming in a few minutes. Actually, it's on now, but I'm typing in another IRC window if you're listening or watching and wondering what I'm doing. It's not now, but I just have the webcam visible. Okay, so streaming in a few minutes. Today is more character stuff, so you may just want to skip it. Just saying that because maybe me reading off my character notes is not that fun to listen to. Okay. Let's see something here. Let's go ahead and copy this. Just give me a second and I'll go to the desktop here in just a second. Okay. And let's go to AfterNet because I'm still on there. And game dev and Ludum Dare, or Ludum Dare as I like to call it. Okay. And then let's go ahead and go to, I guess I'll go back to my profile. Let's see here. It's that time again. This one was number 10, right? And we're going to number 11. 11. Okay, so let's go here. Let's copy a post. Copy. Let's go back. Let's go to communities, Redot, engine. Good deal, good deal. Post. Control V. Here, let's just do this again. Now let's see if I can put my URL. This is my current URL. Okay, yes, this is my current URL. Copy. Can I paste it? Oh, so the URL does count toward. All right. Okay, won't. Again. Won't be much Redot again, if any, as of today I do more story work. May still be boring enough for you to skip. Okay, let's go ahead and post that. That's making sure here. 11:11. All right. Okay. Hey, rookie. Okay, hey, the rookie. Streaming in a few minutes. But my ugly mug is already on the screen. Okay. So, let me do one more thing. Do. Your school. Right up. Your streaming community. Oh. Your streaming community. Okay, let's post the I'm streaming. Wait, something. Dev 11. And let's post the. It's that time again. Put this down all my posts whenever I am. Oh. Whenever I post my link now, I'm just like it's that time again every time. Okay. So I get it. And I get it. Okay. Now, Okay, let's start this bad boy up. No one minds you reading off your notes, but you must stop flirting with the cameraman while running. Smile more and act as if you just got paid. Okay, Cantaloupe. I gotcha. Smile more and act as if you just got paid. Yeah, I wish I just got paid. Maybe one of these days people will like this enough to support me. That's the plan. Anyways, okay, so all right, today we are going to do more story work, and so it's more characters. I'm gonna try to blast through these other notes quicker because last time I guess it was on Friday. I spent I just read off I just inputted the notes for Hubert and for John, one of our main characters, and so now I've got to let's see, Princess Karen. That's our third main character here. And actually, as far as putting in the notes goes, the I only have the notes for the good guys. These are my rewritten notes. Like I did it once, and then I was going to rewrite them, including all the backstories for the villains and everything. But for some reason, I stopped. I don't remember why. This has been. I started this thing in 2005, so it's been, almost 20 years, basically. So, yeah. So I stopped at some point. I started, I restarted. I tried doing something in AGS. I tried doing something here, there. Never got it off the ground. This hopefully will get it off the ground, and I'll get it made. At least the first phase, the choose your own adventure phase, I'll get that one made and done. Even if it's really short, and even if it's just there isn't a lot of locations and stuff. It's not really it's not intended to be a big choose your own adventure. Like that's not my angle. My angle is a fully interactive point and click, mostly 2D, but using some 3D in there later once I get everything else kind of working right. In any case, let's get started, and let's go to my notes. And actually, here, let me do something real quick before I switch over. Pull up my notes. And then, okay. So now you should be seeing some text here. If you're watching. If you're not watching, it's cool. You can listen in. And I'll try not to be choppy either when reading off my daily, so I'll try to see if I can do it fairly quickly. So here we are, Princess Karen. And I'm not sure why I spelled her name with an I, but hey, maybe it goes into the fantasy deal. Maybe not. Maybe I just misspelled it at one point. So it's going to be Karen. I'll leave it with the I in it. It makes it a little bit more unique, a little bit less like our own names. Um, okay, so this is from her perspective. To whom? So okay, to whomever may find this. This is a plea for help. Okay, so all right. The other two characters were from just before the events takes place that you start in the game. You start in the game. John Thomas arrives in Enchanted Lands through the magic portal into the flying train that ends up crashing because of a little man and a little device that he has that starts it spinning off into infinity, and he hits his head and he blanks out and he wakes up, and the guy that sold him the candy bar, that sold John the candy bar, is now meeting up with him and telling him kind of what he's doing there and stuff. And that point, but here I guess I wrote it from the viewpoint of Princess Karen just getting captured, and actually um, you'll see you'll see how this ties in. Even though it's not just before it, it's like right at the to the moment. So yeah, okay. So here we go. Okay. This is a plea for help. I've been captured by a gnome, or let's see, or let's see, turning page over, or at least that's what I think he is. Dwarves usually have a nicer disposition. Whoop, position. Yeah, there's a thing in here. I don't know if you noticed the misspelling. I always spell dwarves with a V. You know, it's like leaves, and it's like what else? Like leaf versus leave. Um, anyways, so dwarves. In my mind, I always want to spell it with a V instead of with an F. You know, dwarfs properly is probably like this, right? Dwarfs, DWARFS, and I put dwarves, and technically dwarves is not the correct spelling for dwarfs, you know. But what the heck, we're fantasy here. Who cares, right? Okay. Dwarves usually have a nicer disposition, and gnomes are somewhat shorter. However, I cannot be too sure, as I'm from another realm. What you would call the Verdant realm. Okay, so verdant is basically green. Now, let's see if let me do a dictionary definition. Define verdant. Green with vegetation covered with green growth, green in hue. Right, green. Lacking experience or sophistication, naive. I didn't know that was what one usage of the word verdant is. Anyways, so let's go back to this. Okay, so call what you would call the verdant realm. And in my notes I have verdant green realm, but that's kind of redundant. So verdant realm. I was on a business trip to Enchanted Lands. Essentially, okay. Essentially, to lecture ugly old maids on the beauty within. That's generally my business. Oh, spell that right. I like to help women find true inner beauty, especially if I'm well paid. I'm also technically royalty. Oh, technically. Hey, spell technically. Okay, there we go. Technically royalty in my world. I put my own realm, but I'll put my world just for it. But I wish to stop getting special treatment. Let's see. Getting special treatment. Okay. But I am renting here. So here I was having a nice, comfortable ride in one of those lovely flying trains when the place starts to spin and then start into a nosedive. Okay, let's get this space out of here. Okay. That's when this horrid little gnome dressed in green sprinkles some fairy dust or some such on me. Oh, some such on me and picks me up. The last thing I remember before succumbing. I don't know how you spell succumbing. Huh. I think. Oh, that is right though. Succumbing. Succumbing. I wonder if that's where you get the word succubus from. Ooh, succumbing. Um, something that overcomes you, right? Maybe. Okay. To the powder. Is a young man and a portal closing behind him. Uh, then I blacked out and ended up here. Okay, so basically, she's a princess from her realm, and she was sent to speak at actually to speak at Princess Prep. Okay, on the Beauty Within, blah blah blah. You know, Princess Prep. Okay, so this is a Magic Kingdom, right? That's a tourist resort, and so one of the magic schools is called Princess Prep, uh, which means uh, any woman can become a princess for a day or for however long their stay is, and so as she notes here, ugly old maids on the Beauty Within, they get to come in there and they get to be a princess for a day or whatever. So she was apparently going to lecture there at Princess Prep before she was kidnapped. Okay, so um, and I started. Okay, so originally, and it still might be the case, but originally I was going to have multiple player characters. You know, I had 6 or 7 good guys, and I had 6 or 7 bad guys. You're even going to play the villains, and although the villains didn't affect the outcome of the story, because this is still a narrative game. In other words, I'm telling the story, and you get to play it, kind of thing. So I know that some people want this thing about consequences and being able to affect the outcome of your game and stuff and doing your own game. That's fine if that's the type of game you want to make. I want to make the old fashioned, tell a story through making a game, right? So even if you play the villains don't ultimately win. But so I so each pardon me, dang, stupid nose always itches when I'm here on camera and I'm trying to speak. It's mostly from speaking though, and I got allergies, so that has something to do with it. In any case, um, so each of these is setting up their own story. Obviously, the wizard and John are together, so they might they'll be together at certain points and not at certain other points. The princess and actually the rest of the main characters, they'll be together and separate, depending on how what their story is. So she gets kidnapped, and when you start her story is trapped here in this cellar or whatever it is. So here, let's continue on. Blacked up ended up here. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Uh, I'm in some sort of wine cellar. Uh, oh, so there we go. I'm in some sort of wine cellar, chained up to this huge cask. Again, apologies when I slip into an accent or whatever. It's just because it's how I'm thinking of their accents. Apparently, Princess Karen is going to have a British accent of some sort, or UK accent, whatever you want to call it. It's going to have some sort of foreign but English accent, you might say. um, okay, and I just go in and out because my accent's not very good. It's my thought process. That's all. Of course, every good speaker has a pen and paper handy for writing notes. And each of my limbs are shackled separately. Separate. I always do this too. Separately. Separate. Okay, so it's SEPAR, not ER, and I always do ER because I think it should be that way. So I think it should be SEPERATELY, but it's SEPART ARATELY. Okay. Anyways, that's neither here nor there, but I always make this misspelling, and so you always see me like correcting this. Each of my limbs are shackled separately. As to give me some freedom of movement. Okay. As to give me some freedom of movement without giving me a way to escape. This is only the first. This is only the first what? I haven't read these notes in years, so let's see what I say here. Okay. So I guess these aren't even really backstories. I think I originally meant to rewrite the backstory. The other ones were the bios, and then this is the dang, spot me. Sorry. But these are just like what happens like right up until you hit the just right before or right at the point that you start the game here. So okay, this is only the first day of my capture. Oop. But from what I gather, they've been planning this little kidnapping for quite some time. I put weeks, but I'm going to say quite some time here because it could have been months. Obviously, Max. Well, I kind of already spoiled it, and this is going to have spoilers in it anyway, so it really doesn't matter that much. But basically, Maximilian's is Maximilian spell if you didn't know already. Like, and the only way you'd know is if you had read, or not read, if I had told you about Max before and about getting banished, and the names are similar, and you could kind of make it if you've been watching or listening up until now. If you're not, then you have no idea what I'm talking about, which is fine. But anyway, so apparently Max has been planning his little coup here for quite some time since he was banished, and it was like years ago. So he's been planning this for years. So the kidnapping, we don't know if it's going to be for weeks or if it's going to be months or if Max had planned it for years. So yeah, for quite some time. I will try to gather more information soon. Please help if you can as soon as I can find a way to send this message. Okay, that was actually pretty short for Karen. Okay, so now we have the count, originally called Count Roy, but I don't think I'll type in Count Roy. I'll just say the count. Okay, the count. Okay, the count's actually a good guy though. Okay, so dear editor of the Enchanted Herald. That's Enchanted Land's major newspaper, the Enchanted Herald. it has come to my attention that in your article, uh, on page 8, there are a few errors in your facts about vampires. First and foremost, we do not drink blood. Okay, so get that out of your head, Enchanted Herald. Us vampires don't drink blood, so quit trying to say lies about us. You concocted this fable just to increase circulation. What? Oh, vampires. I spelled it vampires. Vampires. How about vampires? Okay. Vampires, the pie that bites you back. Okay. You concocted this fable just to increase circulation, and we of the vampire community are outraged. Okay. We like to grow a certain kind of berry for wine. Called what word am I looking for? Not ironic. Unfortunately, I guess. Unfortunately, called the bloodberry. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, it's called the bloodberry because it's distinctly dark red color. Okay, I didn't actually put that in my notes, but I'm doing that here as like he's doing an explanation. He's trying to explain that there's a reason it's called the bloodberry. It's not because it's blood, it's because it looks red like blood. Okay. Although it may look like blood, I can assure you isn't anything of the sort, and in fact tastes sweeter than the sweetest grapes. Okay. Secondly, crosses do not affect me, and garlic, I'm told, is good for my heart. Although, as I'm practically immortal, I was going to say immortal, but he's not actually immortal. He's practically immortal, which means he lives, long time, years and years. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. As I said, the vampire community is outraged. And pardon me, I don't know a Hungarian accent, so I won't be slipping into a Hungarian accent. Like Bela Lugosi playing Dracula back in the 30s and beyond, obviously. The vampire community is outraged. Blah blah. Moral doesn't affect me one or the other. As I said, vampire. Okay, so especially because I the last member of it. Okay. You're let's see. Oh, you're scaring away. Okay. Away my guests. Okay, you're scaring away the guests of my bats. That's in the Belfry motel. I should say hotel because motel is essentially motor, right? An actual motel is ground level, so that you can park. That's like motor, like a motor inn. It's a motel instead of a hotel where you're. Anyways, I'll say hotel. That's gonna put motel, but it's not really a motel, not technically. And okay, although it makes it sound cheap, so maybe I could leave it motel. How about that? We'll leave it motel anyways. Even though it is indeed a very scary place, it is a hotel and thus needs guests. So I can pay my bills. It's not enough your people got rid of my bloodline, but you have to go ahead and get rid of my business as well. So he's just outraged because they're scaring off his business. He's the last of his kind, and now people won't even visit his hotel. Which, if you think of theme parks, a lot of theme parks have haunted houses and stuff. So this would be like a haunted house. It wouldn't be a haunted house exactly, but a haunted hotel. And so people might want to say they might want to get scared or whatever in the hotel, for fun or whatever. Okay, get rid of my business as well. Okay, he's got a little bit more to say. The Enchanted Herald. I will not stand for it. While it is true, we can extend the life of others. And make them like ourselves by a bite on the neck. So apparently, vampires in Enchanted Lands, they do bite people occasionally. Okay. We prefer to think of them as love bites. Oh, my favorite fell down. Hold on. Okay, we prefer to think of them as love bites. We also don't force others against their will. And they must really give themselves up or it won't work. So if they had forced somebody, if they had snuck up on somebody and bit them to force them to become like them, it wouldn't work anyways. So it's free will, right? Okay. If this letter gets printed, please also let any eligible. Okay. Actually, I don't know if I spelled eligible. Okay. It actually did it. Looks like illegible if I put an ILL on the front of it. No, that would be an E. That would be ILLE, right? Anyways. Okay. Eligible. Where's eligible? Ladies. contact me at the Bats in the Belfry Hotel. Contact me at the Bats in the Belfry Motel. Okay, got it. As I was saying, even though we bite, we don't suck. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Well, he's basically kind of trying to make a joke here. Even though we bite, we don't suck. Okay. Also, it's not a crime, at least not here in Enchanted Lands, to turn into a bat from time to time. Okay. Finally, even though we're generally even though we're virtually immortal, we can still be killed by a wooden stake through the heart. Okay. And honestly, I don't know why he would tell them that they can be killed, because that could be a defense. But I'll just kind of leave it there. Maybe he's thinking clearly. Maybe he was counting on the good nature of someone at the editor of the Enchanted Herald. Who knows? We will see later. I think the Enchanted Herald was supposed to be being taken over by one of Max's minions, you might say. So that part of the deal was to so that people wouldn't like the vampires anymore, because the vampires can help and stuff, and so he wants to make sure that to isolate them or something. I forget exactly what I had, because I don't think I have it written down now, because like I said, these notes are actually technically incomplete. But finally, even though we can still be killed by a wooden stake through the heart. Okay. You hunted. Okay, you've hunted down our bloodline until I'm the only one left. And that's another thing he probably shouldn't be telling anybody that reads this, including the enemy. We of the vampire community just want to be left alone to run our hotel. In conclusion, for a restless night's sleep and prices so low they're scary, come to the Bats in the Belfry Hotel, located just outside Blizzard U. Sincerely, the Count. And I could have written down this in letter form, but I'm just typing in notes, and it's just going to go into. I'm going to try to copy it into Chat GPT and have it be able to read back all the locations that I put in there and the certain storylines, and maybe help me come up with the choose your own adventure thing there. I'll obviously be guiding it, and it's obviously from my own story, but it'll be good to have the AI kind of help come up with this like for this first iteration. Anyways, okay, so now we have so that was Count Roy, or that was the Count as he's called here now. Okay, now we have Roland. Roland. Now, I don't know if I... Okay. So, the thing about Roland is he is a dwarf, or his dad's a dwarf, or he thinks his dad's a dwarf. He's been living in the dwarf mines for several years, and then he gets kicked out for being too big. It's about the size of a man, but he's like still a child, and he's trying to find his dad because apparently his dad ran off or something that they don't know. So Roland's dad's a giant, Roland's mom's a dwarf, and they had a baby, and that baby was Roland, who happens to be the size of a large man, even though he's still a child practically. I actually don't know how much of a child he is, if he's a child, or if he's like a teenager or something. I don't know if I really went that far in here. I think I was thinking of him more as like an 8-year-old or something, somewhere there, 8 to 10, whatever. Okay, so Roland, practice magic mirror conversation. So he's practicing into a magic mirror. Well, he's practicing a conversation into a mirror. We'll say magic mirror conversation because they communicate two-way communication through the magic mirrors around the land, which are coincidentally um, uh, made out of quicksilver, polished to fine the elite. So they have the magical properties. They're able to communicate or see great distances and whatever, depending on who owns it. Anyways, I would like to speak to blank, and it's blank because he doesn't know who he's speaking to. He's hoping it's his dad, but he doesn't have a name or anything. So I'd like to speak to blank. My name is Roland, and I'm a dwarf, and I believe my daddy is a giant. May I speak to him? Okay, so the idea is he's speaking. He wants to speak to his dad through the magic mirror, uh, and so that's why it says magic mirror conversation because they actually supposedly speaking through it. But this is just a practice conversation, so he's just practicing in front of her like a regular mirror, right? Okay. May I speak to him? Um, hello, hello, blank. My name is Roland. I am a dwarf. I am a dwarf. Are you my daddy? Maybe he's younger than 8, because I don't think an 8-year-old would speak like that either. That's okay. He's gonna help our heroes in their quest eventually. Okay, so are you my daddy? I asked this because my mama was a dwarf, and before she died, she told me to find you. So he should actually have a name, but I don't know what I was thinking here, but okay. She died just before telling me your name. That's too bad. So on her deathbed, she said, "Go find your dad named," and she died. Okay. Uh, so I'm looking for you in the giant pages. In giant pages. It's like the yellow pages only for giants, and magic mirror calls. Okay. If you're not him, then please tell other giants. Please tell other giants I am looking for him. If you are, then I am happy to meet you. After Mama died, I guess Mama should be maybe even should be capitalized. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm misspelling it according to some people. Mama's M-A-M-A sometimes. Sometimes it's a completely different spelling. I don't care. This is how I spell it. So there. The dwarves kicked me out because I am too big to work in the mines, and I am half giant, bigger than dwarves and even humans, but smaller than giants. Logical. I have no place to go. Can I live with you? Yes? Thank you. No? Where will I go? Question mark. Away? Question mark. Goodbye? I put a question mark on there. I'm not sure if it was intended where he was asking like, do I go? Is this a goodbye or whatever? Or if I just typing or writing question marks and I just happen to write the question mark. Anyways, that's pretty short. That's more of a kind of a almost like a backstory in a sense, but this is kind of similar. It tells you a little bit more about him, that he is half giant, half dwarf, and they kicked him out of the mines because he's too big, and he wants to find his dad because his mom told him to find his dad, but didn't tell him the name before she died, and so he's on a quest to find his dad so maybe he can live with him. Okay, so now I have in my other notes I have a character called Crooktooth who had a bad tooth, and that's why he was bad to everybody. In fact, supposedly they were enchanting all the dragons because when you go as a tourist to Enchanted Lands, you can slay a dragon, and usually it's magic, and usually it's all and fun, and it's safe and whatever. But then lately, these real dragons are terrorizing the villages as part of the bad thing. And the one that was leading them was Crooktooth. But Crooktooth was not enchanted. The rest of them were enchanted to do bad. Crooktooth was not. He just has a bad tooth. And then at some point, you fix his tooth, and now he's good. But for some reason, I decided to split them into two, like, twin brother dragons, and one's named Chester, and the other's named Nestor. And Chester is a good-hearted dragon, and I guess that's why I put Chester the good-hearted dragon, because he was the good-hearted dragon. Okay, Chester, the good-hearted dragon. Okay, so this is what he is saying or talking. I don't know who he's talking to or what he's talking to, but apparently somebody's interviewing him or something. Tell you about my past. Let's see. When I was a little dragling, I loved flying and would go on many sightseeing trips. So not only is he good-hearted, he's also a sightseeing dragon. Chester, the good-hearted sightseeing dragon. Okay, now that we got that settled, I love those. I love those. Okay, I love those. Sure. Did I have any friends? Not many people would say. Oh, not many people. Not many people would say. Oh, not many is supposed to be a single sentence. Punctuation matters, folks. Okay, not many people would say, Chester, you have your head in the clouds. And I would say, I can't help it. All right. How did that make me feel? Apparently somebody's asking him questions for something. Maybe for a magazine, maybe for the Enchanted Herald, who knows? I certainly do not remember why I did it this way. It's just trying to make sure all the characters had different ways of, saying, talking about themselves as if they were talking to somebody or something. Like whether it be writing a letter, writing like the help note in for Princess, or you know, a log, like a log or journal, like John, or you know. So I was just trying to make each one a little slightly different, so it would feel like it was their own personality, and this is what they were doing. How did it make me feel? Uh, confused. Uh, confused. I'm normally a happy dragon, but flying and sightseeing doesn't bring home the bacon, if you know what I mean. My biggest fear? That all my friends uh will stay under that evil enchantment. You you what? You know, I bet they wouldn't put me down now if they only knew they were under a spell. I'm also afraid of Nestor. Okay, so Nestor wasn't his brother, apparently, at least not according to this. He was mean even before the spell. Nestor is a big bully, and sometimes he makes me angry. I would like to be friends with him, and we could go on sightseeing trips. My hour is up. My hour is up? Question mark. Well, thank you, Doctor. So apparently, Chester, the good-hearted sightseeing dragon, uh, who's uh, who is always being bullied by the other dragons, especially Nestor, especially mean, had to go see a psychiatrist, and so apparently uh, this is part of the conversation he had with his doctor from his perspective. Okay, got it. Okay, now, um, and I don't even know if I have a story for Chester. I mean, other than this part, because remember, I was going to rewrite my notes, and my original version of my notes doesn't have Chester. Um, uh, in fact, it only has the bad dragon named Cryptooth, and so I'm not really sure where I was going with that. So will I continue with Chester and Nestor, or will I decide to go back to Cryptooth? I'm not really sure. I know I want a dragon in there in some capacity, and not just as well. I mean, Max has got some plans to build armies, and he's going to need dragons. That's why they're under the spell. He's going to need tourists. He's going to need like for soldiers and stuff. He's going to need the vampires, the werewolves, and all the different characters is he's going to need. Anyways, let's get to Sir William the Unicorn and his story. I actually told you a little bit about it in another stream, I think, in a past stream. But here, Sir William the Unicorn. Okay. So I guess this will be a speech that he's giving. Some sort of speech he wants to give to the one that turned him into a unicorn. So here we go. Here's my speech to the woman that turned me into a unicorn. At the time, I was conceited and ego-driven, and now I believe I have learned my lesson. Here goes. Dear Witch, my name is Sir William. I don't know if you remember me, but I was the knight who would not share his fire with you. His fire with you. I used to be pretty good at typing, not the greatest at typing, but I used to be pretty good. Now I just did make typos like all over the time. I guess maybe because I'm lazy. Maybe I'm lazy typing. Just kind of like that. Okay, I was the knight who would not share his fire with you. Maybe he should know that she's, well, she turned him into a unicorn, so I guess he knows. I have replayed this meeting over and over in my mind, and still words are hard to find for what you taught me. Period. First, let me tell you a little about myself. I grew up with every privilege. Oh, I bet it's with an E, huh? Privilege. Privilege. I gotta remember that because I always mess that one up too. I grew up with every privilege. What did I say? Every privilege in me? What? Yeah, oh, in life. Okay. Hard to read my old handwriting sometimes. Every privilege in life. Was born in a large castle to two very rich parents. I was only I was the only child. Okay. And for that, they lavished me with gifts. I'd say riches, but you probably inherit that, so I'll say gifts this time. When I was young, the other kids were jealous of me, called me names all because they didn't have what I did. Okay, so my parents being doting? I use the word doting. Very doting. That's not even the right spelling, is it? No, it's not doubting. Doting. Maybe it's... Wait. Doting? That's how you spell doting. That's right. Okay. Looks like donut or something. Doling. It's supposed to be doting, but I misspelled it because I didn't know how to spell it at the time. And telling me how much better I was than them. And the kids showing me because he was a big jerk, probably. Oh, let's see what I typed here. Or what I didn't type it here. I'm typing it now. Let's see what I wrote here. All the kids showing me because of my position and high status. It keeps shunning me because of my position of high status, when I started to believe it myself. In my parents' defense, they were only telling me this because they could see how the other kids were really starting to get to me. So they tried to make me feel good. However, in so doing, they created a monster. Not an actual monster, just, symbolic monster. Eventually, I believed I was better than everyone else. And so I began acting that way toward my fellow man. And eventually, there we go. What the heck? Okay. Toward my fellow man. Let's see. I then trained and became a knight. Eventually, people would avoid me even when I was a good and loyal knight. I had a real attitude problem. Um, I wouldn't even look at a commoner as if I was any kind of royalty. I would have continued this way if it had not been for you, Witch. So he's telling this witch, that he's changed man, and when you turned me into a unicorn, I was furious at first. I could not speak in human language anymore, but only neighs, only neighs and whinnies, like a common mare. Oh, whinny, whiny. It's not supposed to be. Okay, I'll leave that there because it's supposed to be plural women. Is that right? What's wrong here? No, that's right. Common is right. Okay. Like a common mare. I tried desperately to talk to people, but only succeeded in frightening them. Away, or making rather rough men wish to capture me, the most elusive of beasts. That's right, he's a unicorn. He's not a horse. He's a unicorn. Most elusive of beasts. I've come to realize my shortcomings. Actually, shortcomings can be single. word. Come to realize my shortcomings and believe I am humble enough to return to a normal human life. Only succeeding in frightening them away or making them... Okay. Okay. Come to realize my shortcomings, believe I'm humble enough to return to a normal human life. I do understand why you turned me into a unicorn. A unicorn as magnificent to look at. I don't know why I put as. Here, let me read this. A unicorn is magnificent to look at. They run at great speeds and they are strong, not unlike myself. Not as a point for bragging, but rather as qualities useful for the betterment of mankind. Okay. Okay. Oh, maybe it wasn't as. Maybe it was is. Okay. Is magnificent to look at. Run at great speeds. Are strong. And actually, unicorns should probably be... There should be something magical about unicorns. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I add the magic to the unicorn, or if it's just an animal in my game here. So I do understand why you term me magnificent to look at, run at great speeds, and are very strong. Let's see. Not unlike myself. Not as a point for bragging, but rather as qualities useful for the betterment of mankind, as I would use these gifts to help people instead of just helping myself. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me wait. Oh. Okay, let me read this here. I hope you can forgive me, finding your heart to forgive me, on the dark and stormy night I turned you out. Should be for, not on, I think. Forgive me for turning you out on that dark and stormy night. There we go. That's better. 2. Okay. These. Okay. And Control S to save. Turning you out. Please also find it in your heart to change me back into my former self. Okay, so this is a speech he rehearses because he's a unicorn. He can't talk to people or speak to people in human language. He's just thinking about this over and over again, and instead of becoming increasingly bitter about it, he actually become more humble, kind of more, you know, realizing the kind of person he was, and that changed him. Little does he know that, yeah, little does he know that a witch, there was a purpose in turning him into a unicorn. It wasn't just his conceitedness or whatever. And anyways, I'll tell you. Okay, so these are my rewrite notes, and apparently, I got the Enchanted Villain Monthly. I got the Enchanted Villain Monthly bios, or whatever you want to call them. Enchanted Villain Monthly interviews. Huh. Okay. Well, these notes are still there, so maybe I'll get a little bit more info about a little bit more info about. No, that's the villains. That's right. I still don't know about Chester, but anyways. So I guess it's a rewrite of the other notes, but these are quote unquote Enchanted Villain Monthly profiles, which is a magazine for villains in Enchanted Lands, and they're interviewing these particular villains, and these are the ones that you're either going to play or not necessarily play, but these are going to be the main villains here. So let me do something real quick. Let's go back up to the top here. Wait. Notes revision, Chen Lens bios. Huh, weird. Okay. Nestor, Chester's bully. Oh, I already have this up here. Bad guys. I see. I don't know if I showed you that. Nestor, okay, let's go. Chester, the friendly dragon, one of his many sightseeing tours, managed to escape enchantment. That turned out the dragon's bag. His problems with the bully was terrible even before enchantment. Chester tries his best to stay away from his bully, but was frequently beaten up by him. Okay. Okay, so I explained these, and then these are like bios, but in the case of the villains, it's the enchanted villain monthly profiles. All right, so at least I still have that part of my notes too. I guess what I don't have is I started to do a like a full like what you do like with a walkthrough. You watch if you read a walkthrough of a character through the game, you know, and I was going to set up the walkthrough as if somebody was going through and playing it and getting everything right, and then of course I build puzzles and stuff based on that. But I had stopped at some point. Anyways, so where are we at right now? Let me look here. Yeah, I know I'm still on the desktop. How long have I been going? Now, it's kind of too bad I didn't do any recording here because actually it doesn't really matter because when I edit it in an update, I'm going to show some typing of some stuff. Maybe I'll do some recordings of the villains, of me typing in the villains, a couple of them, and I'll only do it for a little while, and then when I build my update video, I'll see. When I do my update video, I will probably then um, only put in like a minute, maybe a minute of me typing stuff in, and because the update's just going to be updates. Like, what did I do? What did I do with those last 2 days? What did I do with these 2 days? Um, Tomorrow I might be actually getting into. I might actually get finished typing these notes in today. Then again, maybe not. But so I'm not going to have that much in those update videos. It's going to be like a minute or something. It's really short because I just did this one thing. I didn't accomplish a bunch of different stuff in it. And these early updates um, are meant to be short. So 2 days at an update. So it'll be when I actually post the actual updates, the actual edited updates. They'll be posting twice a week. See, look at that. This thing. When I change the lighting, it changes the lighting on me. And I thought I had everything. I had the auto exposure thing off, and the only thing that I left on was the focus. And if I turn auto white balance off, it looks all red and kind of weird. And if I turn certain things off, then yeah. So I'm not sure what the deal is with that. In any case, let's go. Okay, so I'm gonna actually just go for a break for a while, 10 minutes or something, just to stretch my legs. And it's getting kind of warm in here because my computer generates heat and stuff. And so, if you listened to so far, thanks, and I'll see you in a few minutes, I think. So, yeah. No audio mixers too. Oh wait, oh, my sound is Okay, I am back, I think. Let's see, webcam. Here I am. And here in a sec, we're going to start our work on the Enchanted Villains bios. All right. Let's see something here. Okay. All right, let's see. The bad guys. I don't think I need to type in the bad guys. Okay. So let us get back to boom. Should be seeing my desktop, or at least part of my desktop, and with me in the corner. And that's fine. And alrighty, so where are we today? Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and start a record, I guess. I don't really need that much footage of me recording stuff, but we'll see here. Uh, Start a record. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll kind of go over this really quick for the recording, and maybe I'll put it in there, maybe I won't. Okay, so Channel bios. Okay, herein lies the accounts of the heroes of Channel Medical Resort and all boards up to the fateful week, which regard mental, physical, financial wizardry to save the world from madmen. Okay, so we have John Thomas, got all that stuff. So John Thomas gets to come into our world via a silver ticket, which happens just to be a coupon for a free wonky bar, his favorite chocolate bar. And then he halfway who actually brought him into our world, and he figures he needs to bring in some external help. That's why he gets John Thomas. And John Thomas works at a library. He wants to be a writer. He's into fantasy, and so Hubert thinks that that is a good candidate to help him figure out what's going on with the lands. Okay, and we got Princess Karen, who gets kidnapped initially. She was on her way to give a speech to Princess Prep on the inner beauty within. She also happens to be a princess in her world, although she's tired of the quote-unquote royal treatment, um, because she kind of figures herself more like a normal person rather than royalty. Okay, then we have the Count, who just wrote a letter to the Enchanted Herald, to the editor of the Enchanted Herald, saying that vampires don't drink blood and quit trying to malign us unfairly. And of course, he's the only one that's actually left, because they basically hunted vampires until there is no one left except for him. So he's seeking a mate, and so, anyways, then we have Roland the Oversized Dwarf. Roland, of course, is a child of a giant and a dwarf, and his dad's a giant, but he doesn't know his name, and so he's trying to find him. And then Chester, the good-hearted dragon, likes to take sightseeing trips, but is always bullied by the mean Nestor, who was even bad before all the dragons were put under a spell to hurt people. Sir William the Unicorn, which turned him into a unicorn because of his conceit, and he turns her out, and so he turns her into a unicorn, and she turns him into a unicorn, and he's replaying a meeting when he actually gets to meet and talk to her and tell her that he's ready to now become a useful member of society, and that he's no longer the egotistical, stuck-up, kind of chip on his shoulder knight that he was before she had cursed him. Okay, so now we're going to do the enchanted villain profiles. Enchanted villain monthly profiles. The enchanged. That should be a word, right? Enchanged? The enchanged. Enchanted? Okay. Here, let's put a little, I'll put a little dash there. Okay. Each month, enchanted, oh, it changed again. Changed. Enchanted. Dang. Each month, enchanted. I'm just all over the place today for some reason. Enchanted villain monthly profiles a new evil genius. Each month, Enchanted Villain Monthly profiles a new evil genius. Specialists in each of their respective fields. Will want to subscribe monthly for hints, tips, and strategies on being the most evil villain you can be. So basically, it's sort of a trade magazine for villains in Enchanted Lands. And I just basically kind of use this as a format so that the villains can tell their story in their own words, sort of like what I had the other guys do. The other guys there were speeches they memorized, or there were letters, or one was a note for help, Princess Karen, because she's trapped in a cellar somewhere, what looks like a wine cellar, and so yeah. So let's start with this month. EVM profiles Maximilian. Okay, I don't know. I could spell Maximilian any way I wanted to, because this is just a fantasy. But I always choose that correct Maximilian to the proper spelling. Maximilian spell, also known as billionaire playboy Max Millions, and COO of Enchanted Limited. Remember, Enchanted Limited is the company that bought out Enchanted Holdings, which is who owned Enchanted Lands. It was a corporation that the king and Hubert set up when they were changing the kingdom to tourism. So in effect, Enchanted Holdings owned Enchanted Lands and everything in it, but now Max Millions comes in with his Enchanted Limited, and buys them out, or presumably buys them out. Okay. Okay. EVM. I don't know why I did this extra stuff. EVM profile. Maximilian spell. Then I have background. I guess it was a title. It was the title of the article or whatever. Background. Mr. Spell is an evil wizard in the finest tradition of evil wizards. He graduated Wizard U with a major in the black arts. Actually, to be funny, I'd give him a minor too, like a minor in knitting or something. I don't know what a villain would minor in, but um, how about a minor in tax collecting? Because that's some people consider that kind of evil. Others don't. But it's just a minor, anyways. It's not the major. It's not the thing that he focused on when he was at university. Okay. No. Oh, wait a second. The major. Uh. 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 Oh, I see what I did. Okay. Well, major in. You know what I put? I put a major in world domination and a minor in the black arts. Maybe I should do it the other way around. I major in the black arts and a minor in world domination, as if that was minor, right? I'm just turning it around because I think it would. I think it kind of plays funnier that ways. In world domination. Okay. Uh, he was off to a promising career, enslaving hundreds of enchanted Landians to work his quicksilver mines. To quicksilver mines. Okay, now we're on to the next page. Actual paper. You know, some people still write with paper and pencil. How about that? How about that? All right. Not that you could see that. I'm just being funny, I guess. All right. But this was cut short as the plot unfolded, and he was captured and sentenced to banishment. While he was away, he was busy orchestrating his comeback and eventual conquest of the worlds. I think that's why I put the major in world domination, because world domination is his primary deal. Black arts is just something he does on the side or to help him. So maybe I'll change that back. Okay, so let's cut. Okay, paste. Okay. Major in world domination. We'll make it capital because it was an actual class, not just a not just a thing, but an actual class. And a minor in the black arts. Okay, he's out there promising career and saving hundreds of enchanted Landians to work at his quicksilver mines. But this was cut short as the plot unfolded and he was captured and sentenced to banishment. While he was away, he was busy orchestrating his comeback and eventual conquest of the worlds. Okay. Now that he's back in the realm, EVM got a chance to... Not a change, got a chance. I don't know what the deal is with me using G instead of C, because they're not exactly right next to each other, but somehow my mind goes, that's supposed to be the same letter or something. Okay, EVM got a chance to catch up with him in an interview. Okay. EVM. I guess I'll just do colons. I have dashes down here, but I'm going to do colons here. Meaning when Enchantability Monthly talks, it'll be EVM colon. Whenever they talk, it'll be their initials colon. So it's like a conversation. Okay. EVM. Welcome to Enchanted Villain Monthly, and thanks for giving us the chance to interrogate or interview you. Yes? Interrogation. Ha ha. Glad to be here. And I wonder, here, I'll do it like this. I'll put an open space between, or an extra line between the question and answer, but no space in between Enchantability Monthly and the person being interviewed. Okay, so tell us a little about. Oh, back on it. Us a little about yourself for those who don't know. And I need to put EVM colon MS colon. Okay. I'm an evil wizard, and I'm here to conquer the realms once again with a magical army. Okay. VM. Okay. Why do I want to say tuss? Tuss us. Tell us. Tell, not tuss. I wanted to jump over some letters for some weird reason. Tell us about the events leading up to your original capture and subsequent banishment. Okay. MS. Well, essentially, I was trying to do the same thing I'm doing now, but made the mistake of enslaving the people first. This is what got me caught. And I think the idea was before the thing that he did first was got them into his Quicksilver mines and got them to start working it. And was enslaving people, was enslaving citizens and tourists, and people were starting to be missing, and some people started noticing that people were missing, and that's basically eventually led to his capture there. Okay. First, this is what got caught. Okay. Okay, EVM. How exactly did you get caught? How exactly did you get caught? Question mark. Max. Well, that's a funny story. That's a funny story. As you know, I was enslaving citizens of enchanted lands to work the mines. Little did I know I enslaved an old man who managed to get the people to revolt. See, my plan was to find a way to get the to get non-magical types to be able to use magic via Quicksilver. That's not exactly how I wrote it there. What I wrote was find a way to get magic to non-magical types via Quicksilver and raise an army. And raise an army. This way just sounds better. Non-magical types to be able to use magic via Quicksilver. Ironically, those same people I singled out to form the army were the ones that eventually led to my arrest. Now, I don't exactly remember what my idea and why I wrote it this way is that people singled out to form the army were the ones that led to the arrest, because at least this time around, maybe it's a little different the way he did it before, but this time around he enslaves them with the Quicksilver, and so they're kind of basically like mindless zombies, for lack of a better word, or you could say the traditional description of zombies. You know, not flesh-eating like horror movie types that we have today. The original were the idea was that that some of these people were that some real people were actually drugged and then used as slaves, and so they were mindless, kind of walking, and that's where the whole concept of like Walking Dead kind of thing came about, because it was like that it's almost like they were dead, but they were animated, but not actually dead, but just drugged. And what I understood is it was actually a real thing. It was some rituals or something, some voodoo stuff, or some weird thing about that was actually a real thing. That people weren't actually dead; they were just drugged. So basically, I'm saying these guys are kind of zombified, you might say, not in the traditional actual dead sense, but um, able to do Max's bidding because they eventually he used the Quicksilver on him. And so I'm not really sure I think my intended deal was that people were noticing that some people started showing up missing, and people were looking into the mines, and they were trying to find him, and eventually they found him um, doing experiments and whatever. Anyway, so let's go on with the story as I wrote it down here. Okay, so EVM. Ironic indeed. Now, I probably don't even, I'm probably not even using the word ironic right, so, you know, don't make a deal out of it. I just have something to write down here. Now I'm curious how you were able to get back into the realm. And that should be actually easy for anybody that knows about Enchanted Lands. Well, as you know, when I was banished, I was stripped of my magic. However, I managed to get my hands on my hands on a penny wonky chocolate bar with a silver coupon. A quick silver coupon, if you get my meaning, which gave me access to come back. Okay, EVM. What makes you think you will succeed this time? Well, this time I think okay, let's see the next page. Next page. Think I have all my bases covered. The king. So this is okay. So this is spoiler. This is his plans. Um, when you enter the game, nobody really knows what's going on. And I suppose somebody that never watched any of these videos or streams will not know what's going on here until they actually play it. So if I guess if you don't want spoilers, then don't listen for a while or whatever. But this is about making the game, so if you're interested, then spoilers shouldn't be a big deal, anyways. You know, it's not really that big of a deal, anyways, because really the fun part is going to be when you actually get to play it, anyways. Even if you know the ending, you'll get to see it. It'll be kind of cool, I think. This king, the king, okay, the king, not this king. The king has been replaced by a puppet of my choosing. I'm now set up to do human experiments. We plan on kidnapping the princess of Verdance. We'll say Verdance. Maybe it's the planet, maybe it's the kingdom, maybe it's just the world in general or the realm. You know, I put the Verdant realm or something. We'll say Verdance. We'll call it Verdance. Where she's from, her kingdom is Verdance. Do, 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 do. I now control enchanted holdings, assets through my company, Enchanted Limited. And I've either closed up or modified for my own usage magical training schools. I think it will work out this time. Let's see, what does this say? Okay, that doesn't really matter. Yeah. So, part of the thing that was a problem last time was that none of the schools were closed, so they were still under the control of the king and Hubert and probably the king's guard and a bunch of other people in Enchanted Lands. And so he figured that this time he needs to close up the schools. He needs to take over the prince. He needs to take care of Hubert, which you kind of already know a little bit if you were watching or listening on Friday. So basically he gets. I don't know if I think I told this as a spoiler. I don't think I have this written down as a thing, but Violet was the one that took half of Hubert's magic. So that's part of Max's plans there. And then what else? Anyways, yeah, so there's that. Okay, I think it will work out this time. There's one thing that I kind of forgot. I didn't really forget about it, but I don't know if I removed them. Is Kurt the Cowardly Werewolf? Now, Max is going to get armies from everywhere. He's going to get the vampires and the werewolves and the witches and the wizards and all the evil creatures and things for his armies. And Kurt manages to help them because he's when the wolf bit him, it acted completely opposite. you know, uh, the person becomes like a wolf when the moon's full, and he's goes out to hunt. Basically, the hunt and eat is the idea, I think, with werewolves. And so he's kind of exactly the opposite. He gets super, super cowardly scared. He's normal as a human, but when he becomes a wolf, he becomes super cowardly and scared. But eventually, he helps our gang out. And so I don't know why I don't have that in here, but maybe at some point I thought it sounded stupid. The whole thing is this whole thing is supposed to be kind of goofy anyway, so stupid shouldn't even really be a problem for me here. So I don't know. I might bring him back. Uh, I might bring Crooktooth back instead of Chester and Nestor, depending on if I can figure out what I was planning to do with Chester. Because there was something, some way I was going to get him to reconcile with him or something, or stand up to his bully or some goofy like that. So I don't even remember. But so yeah, well, I have to figure out what happened to Kurt and if I should put him back in or not. Okay, so EVM. Uh, have any parting thoughts, last words, or tips for the would be megalomaniac or evil wizard? I don't need to spell question mark. I don't know how to spell megalomaniac. Mega MEGA low LO maniac. Okay. Okay, got it. Megalomaniac. I mean, that's the way you say it, anyways. Instead of megalomaniac. Okay. MS. Always finish what you start. With words of wisdom. This is important. You don't know how many young evil geniuses there are out. You don't know how many young evil geniuses, let's just say, I have met that get all fired up and are ready for evil doing, and then realize being evil is hard work, and then quit and end up flipping burgers at an Enchanted Castle burger joint. I don't know why I call it a burger joint. That's like slang or whatever. Enchanted Castle. Enchanted Castle. Enchanted Castle burger joint. Always cover all the angles. I'm proof positive that this needs to be done. Last but not least, have fun. Being evil doesn't mean you're Mr. Serious. Mr. Serious all the time. Leave the boring, get down to business stuff to the good guys. Being evil is all about having fun. So have lots of fun. Okay, parting wisdom from Maximilian spell here. Okay. EVM. Well, thanks for sitting down. Sit down to chat with us. I know you're I know you want to get back to business. I know your schedule is full, but let's do it like this. It was my pleasure. Okay. So there's Max. There's Max's plans here. Okay. So our next villain here we're talking about. If I can go a little bit faster here. Maybe I shouldn't self-correct so much and correct after I get done with the particular profile or something here. Okay, so okay. EVM okay, EVM next month okay, I don't have to put EVM on here, but that's when they're actually talking. So let's see. Next month we will be interviewing Barty, Evil King of the Gnomes, and Maximilian Spells number one henchman. Okay. Number one henchman. Okay. Okay, let's see. Barty, the gnome. Actually, let's see something here. Did I do a dash? Oh, I said Barty. I said EVM profile, blah, blah, blah. Oh, let's see something here. Just a second. Okay. I didn't do that this the last time, but I'll go ahead and do it because it's in my notes here. This month, Enchanted Villain Monthly Profiles, Barty the Gnome, King of the Greedy, Evil but Lovable, not really, Gnomes. Okay. EVM Profile, Barty the Gnome. Gnome. Background. Barty became king of the gnomes by taking it. He arranged the old king to be. He arranged the. Okay. He arranged for the old king to disappear and assumed leadership. And assume leadership. Okay. He masterminded the great magic mirror heist. Then joined Maximilian Spell when promised a realm of his own to conquer. And actually, conquer is not right because let's see something here. Okay, sorry about that. Conquer is not correct. They're evil and greedy. He doesn't care about conquering realms per se. Not that I suppose as a king, as an evil king, you wouldn't want to own your own realm, but promise. How about this? Promise the loot of 1,000 realms. you know, what do they call that? Shopping spree. Anyways, the loot of 1,000 realms. Okay, EVM got a chance to chat with this great mastermind and goldmonger. Okay, I know goldmonger isn't really a word, but it's a word here. EVM. Welcome to Enchanted Villain Monthly. And thanks for taking the time to cheat or chat with us. ATG. He grunts, so he's grunting. EVM, tell us about yourself for those who don't know. Okay. Next page. I don't know that Barty gives a lot of answers here. It does a lot of talking, but we'll see here. Just a sec. Okay. And this should be a colon. Okay. I am king of the gnomes, and I prize gold and jewels above all else. EVM, how did you get acquainted with the notorious BIG? No, the notorious Max spell. Okay, he was a fan of my work and made me an offer I couldn't refuse. VM. Barty doesn't say much here. I did for completeness. There's not really like a background with him other than him being greedy and king of the gnomes. EVM. Your own realm. Oh, I see. Your own realm. The interviewer is assuming that when he said a realm to conquer, he meant your own realm, and I'm saying no. He's able to loot. You mean the loot of 1,000 realms. What responsibilities there we go. What responsibilities do you have with Max's organization? The usual. Kidnapping, taking hostages, stealing, you name it, I do it. So what are your current plans? Question mark. Barty the gnome. Kidnap princess. Hold dwarves hostage. Place king with puppet. Violet, Moonshadow, a real witch, and you can use that both ways. Actually makes the plans with Max. I simply carry out the orders. So he's just a follow orders guy, and he doesn't care what it is as long as he gets paid. So maybe I should have put that in the actual profile in here. UVM, okay. I personally like to know a bit about the Great Magic Mirror Heist. And who knows, maybe I'll explore the Great Magic Mirror Heist and what happened there. Apparently he was successful though, so it's not going to be a game about capturing him, unless it's about reopening the case, like a cold case. Maybe I could do like a like a little spin-off game where somebody who's a detective in Enchanted Lands is reopening the cold case of the Great Magic Mirror Heist. Might be cool. Might be fun. Okay. First, I'd like to know about the Great Magic Mirror Heist. It was actually really quite simple. The dwarves were commissioned building the magic mirrors. Let's see something here. I cannot read what this is. Four new ones to watch over the land. I see. Okay. And maybe the Magic Mirror Heist has something to do with the story too. I should actually do that. I'm not sure if I put that in as just a kind of a side thing to kind of flesh out his story more. But if you thought about it, magic mirrors are two-way communication, and so maybe that could be important in learning stuff or something in the game. Anywho, let's go back to this. It's quite simple. The dwarves were commissioned. Let's see. With building four new magic mirrors. I guess I need a comma there. I don't know. Probably don't need punctuation and stuff here in this thing because people aren't going to really be reading it. For new magic mirrors. To watch over the lands. And really, it's not multiple lands, which is why I think I put the lands in quotations, enchanted lands. The lands just refer to the resort and everything itself. Specifically, to watch the Knights Academy, Wizard U, I think it's period, Fairy God College. Oh, maybe did I? Fairy God College. Okay, well, I did it with the dash. We'll do it with the dash. Well, you don't do that with Godmother, so let's just make it college. No. This. Fairy God College or Fairy God College. Okay, whatever. Doesn't really matter. And Princess Prep. We're only slightly smaller than dwarves in size. I took some of my best men and through a few secret passageways. Went into the mines. We beat up a few guards and stole their clothes. We then basically made off with the mirrors like bandits. Because we are bandits. Guards. Okay. I just put that in. Made off the mirrors like bandits. Well, they're bandits, so they should be making off with stuff like bandits. Okay. EVM. And I presume you still have the mirrors? No comment. And that further increases the mystery. Now, nobody's going to see this, but I mean, except you guys, or hear about it, except you guys that are watching, or that will watch the updates, or rewatch the streams, or whatever. But yeah, I think I might do that. I'm gonna find a way of working in the Great Magic Mirror Heist into our story. So and we could also say presumably, this was maybe they were commissioned after Max got banished the first time. In which case, part of Max's plan to get back in would be to get Barty to steal the magic mirrors. Now, I don't know how he would contact, because he wasn't allowed back in. He didn't have any Quicksilver. Although he did, he was able to stash a coupon away, and I think in one draft, or one time that I wrote, was that he had the Quicksilver sewn into the lining of his coat, and so this time it's like a coupon. But yeah, so somehow maybe he gets word to Barty to steal the magic mirrors, because he's going to need to if he's going to get back in. So that actually helps. And I don't know if I thought about this before when I was typing it, or whether I was just trying to be funny. You know, the Great Magic Mirror Heist, because Barty is such a great thief or something. You know. Okay, so what's next? EVM. Have any parting thoughts for wannabe thieves? Thieves. Stay out of our way and don't get caught. That's some parting words of wisdom there. Don't get caught if you're going to steal something. EVM. Well, thanks for sharing some of your time with us. And that's just, of course, another grunt. You know, Enchantedville Monthly seems pretty polite when talking to villains. You know, maybe they feel there's some honor between thieves, or at least that they should be classy and professional regardless of who they're talking to. Anyways, okay, EVM. Okay, next month, EVM talks to the lovely but evil Violet Moonshadow. Okay. And that's another page. All right. Flying through these notes, aren't we? Let me see something here. I don't know if I'll run through the walkthroughs, just the because I don't have any of those. So I have all these pages with right, the Enchanted Villa monthly profiles, which I'm sure I'll get finished today. And then, okay. And then I tried to rewrite the story arc, the character arc, or whatever we want to call it, the plot lines for each of the characters. And I got to John Thomas, and he put attempts to talk to the doors, but he can't. Chester. Let's see. Hold on a sec. The count. I don't know. Maybe I got all the good guys character outline things done. I wonder if I could get like ChatGPT to synthesize some of these, like when I did the rewrites and stuff, into one thing, as if I wrote the one thing. Anyways, let's go to the next deal. Okay. Let's not worry about that. I don't know if I'll enter those notes in or not. Because really, I want to get on with actual making the first iteration of the game. The first, choose your own adventure version of the game, of the full story, even if it doesn't have all the parts in it, just kind of the main story. And it will have a few locations. We'll have as many locations as it actually needs, but the game itself won't be that long. Okay. So, Violet Moonshadow. Okay. She's one of the few that has a last name. Well, actually, a lot of them have last names, don't they? They don't all have last names, but a lot of them do. Okay, doesn't really matter. Violet Moonshadow. This month, Enchanted Villain Monthly. Villain Lee has a special treat. EVM's own Violet Moonshadow. Okay, where are we at? Violet, okay. Violet has been EVM's editor-in-chief. I said chief editor, but editor-in-chief is the actual title, I think. For several years. This time is special as she has hooked up with evil genius Maximilian Bell. Okay, hooked up, I mean hooked up, I don't mean hooked up. You get what I'm saying, Not the other kind of hooked up, I mean hooked up as in got together with, became a pair with. Yeah, maybe there's some romance in there. I'm not sure if you could call it romance, but it's not that kind of hookup. Okay, so when I hear the word when I hear hookup, I don't automatically think that other thing. I always think like you hook up with your friends, you hook up with a friend, whatever. In other words, you go to meet him, or you you meet him again after a long time. that sort of thing. It could be a romantic hookup too, but that more means, like I said, getting connected with somebody, talking with somebody, that sort of thing. Anyways, it's not very important. Okay. EVM. Hello, Miss Moonshadow. Seductive as always. I don't know if that's supposed to be a period or not. Seductive as always. VM. Hello. Great to be here in an unofficial capacity. EVM. We got. What we want to know is how you got involved with Max. Okay, what? I want to change that. What everyone wants to know is how you got involved with Max. VM. Well, as many of our readers know, I love seducing wizards and tricking them into giving me half of their magic. So that's her specialty, is what she did with Hubert. So this is back to the thing where they get married and then they share, and then she leaves, and I'm not gonna put, kind of, I don't know, sleazy or however you want to say it. I mean, obviously she's a bad guy, but she's a villain. But at the same time, this is still family friendly. Family friendly meaning all ages appropriate. Whenever I say family friendly, I would mean all ages appropriate. It doesn't mean specifically for families or specifically for kids or adults or any particular type of person. It's just I don't want to put, I don't know, divorce and like it's almost like an affair kind of thing is sort of stuff that is inappropriate to my whole thing here. So I'm not gonna say marry, but here what we'll say is, well, as many of our readers know, I love seducing wizards and stealing half of their magic. How about stealing their magic and stealing their magic? Okay. So. Okay. So I marry, we share, I leave. I divorce. Free to attempt again. Okay. So I pretend to love them. They give me part of their magic. I leave without explanation. And then I find someone else and do it again. So this is her stock and trade. Her stock and trade is basically seducing wizards and gathering all of her magic. And over time, she's amassed quite a bit of magic. So that might play into the actual story too. I didn't have that, but that's just something I just thought of as part of a deal. So I've amassed quite a bit of magic already. Okay. Let's see. This has really made me powerful, and it's also fun for me. Well, I tried that with Max, and I think he was let's see. Okay, so really maybe okay, so I actually kind of encompass this in this statement. This has really made me powerful, and it's also fun for me. Okay, so It's made me very powerful, but it's also fun. It's also fun for me. Okay. Well, I tried that at Max. I think he was a young, naive wizard. He saw right through me, but he enjoyed it. So, maybe the idea is that she thought he was naive, but he wasn't. So, and that he was, uh, and that it didn't work. Like, um, I had, I found a new target in a what I thought was a young, naive. How do I spell naive? Is it what is it? Naive. I always spell that wrong. Uh, I thought it was a young, naive. Uh, what behind the ears junior lizard. Um, I didn't I didn't realize who I was dealing with, but instead of getting angry, uh, okay, so okay, um, let's see. I'm just trying to think of a different way to word this. Um, he saw right through me, but he enjoyed it. It's still an idea. When I started working my magic, he evidently, he very quickly caught on to what I was doing. Okay. He very quickly caught on to what I was doing. Um, but instead of throwing me out, he asked if I wanted to join him. Okay. Okay, so, all right. Here, I'll read you what I wrote here first. I think it was naive wizard. He saw right through me, but he enjoyed it. And then UEM says, "That was when you decided to join him?" Question mark. And then she says, "Not at first. When he was finally banished, I had an even greater respect for him. He started on his plans to re-enter and reconquer, and I'd been with him ever since." Okay. So I guess the idea is that she somehow she connected with him outside of Enchanted Lands. Um, I don't know that she ever left Enchanted Lands, so I'm not sure. Okay. So I'm going to change this slightly. So did you? Violet Moon Shadow, none at first. I was watching him closely as he started telling me of his plans to conquer all the realms through. Well, okay, we'll just I won't say that just yet. In a way that's a spoiler, but it's I have to look back at my notes and see how I wanted to do it at first. Not at first. I was watching closely as he started telling me of his plans to conquer all the realms. and it looked like a really solid plan. I saw what he accomplished already and had a new respect for him. Eventually, he won me over. Eventually, he won me over. How? I was gonna say not with his good looks, obviously, but with his ambition and dreams of avarice. I don't really know what dreams of avarice are. Let's see something here. Aver. Okay, avarice. Actually, I had to look that up. Let's look that up, shall we? Fine. Nope. Fine. Avarice. I mean, I kind of generally know what it is. Reprehensible acquisitiveness, insatiable desire for wealth, personified as one of the deadly sins. Extreme greed for material wealth. Okay, his ambition and dreams of avarice. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, so not at first, blah, blah. I've been with him ever since. And I've been with him ever since. Okay. So you heard it right here first. I changed. I'm changing some of my notes as I'm entering in. That's what tends to happen sometimes. Sometimes I rewrite to rewrite. This wasn't to rewrite to rewrite. This was just to enter my notes in so that I'd have an electronic form of all my notes so I could go back to it. But I'm actually doing little minor rewrites in there, here and there, for something that just sounds better to me now. Okay. How do you fit into his plans? Okay. Well, the one wizard who could possibly thwart his plans is a man named Hubert. Now, originally I had it Harold. Harold was his name, and yes, I know that it's a similarity to another wizard that has a similar name, which is why I changed it. Okay, so I managed to get half of his magic. Also, one of the best knights of the kingdom was Sir William, but his ego was so big I used it against him and turned him into a unicorn. So it wasn't just the fact that he had this big ego, which was still true, but it was actually part of her plan. Her plan was to get him to. She knew how his ego was, and to use that against him, and so then she cursed him to be a unicorn. So, and he thought it was just because of that, just because some lady cursed him that he didn't have any clue about. But this was all according to plan. See, it's quite a shame. Let's see, it's quite a shame, really. Sir William was so handsome and strong. Okay. I put just handsome in there, but and I could have done so much with that ego of his. But alas, I'm with Max. As if she's sang a little bit like, oh, I'm with Max. I would have rather have done this. I also arranged for Princess Karen's kidnapping through Barty the gnome. How about the gnome king like that? Because he is the gnome king after all. I am also training would-be fairy guide mothers to be evil witches. See? So Max has pretty much covered everything this time. You know, before he didn't cover all the angles, and so that's what got him banished last time. So now, and that's why Hubert has to go outside of Enchanted Lands to find somebody that will help him finally solve the mystery of the the strangely acting king and Enchanted Holigs and this whole Maximilian's thing and what's been going on in the land. He needs some extra help this time. Anyways, EVM, they say, sounds like a full plate. Busy, yes, but oh so fun. EVM, thanks for such an alluring interview. I wish. Yeah, okay. And this is dumb. I don't know. Some things I thought were funny back then, they're still kind of funny, but now they're like more like cringy or slightly embarrassing. Uh, I wish you'd still have if, of my magic if I had any, because really the interviewer it doesn't actually have any magic. I guess, but you wouldn't be around to enjoy it. And you're welcome. Okay. Next month, this is like a trade magazine for villains that goes out every month. So next month, Bully of the Skies. Uh, Scaly. Oh, Scaly. Monster. Here. I'm going to put this actually up here instead of leaning over. Let's see. Pardon me, excuse me. Scaly Monster. You all know and love as Nestor the Mean Dragon. That sounds kind of corny. Nestor the Mean Dragon. He's the mean one. But I guess Chester the Friendly Dragon is kind of goofy sounding too. Anyways, okay. So now we're down to Nestor. I don't know. I might type in these other notes. It kind of depends on how far I get today. I don't know if I'll get to everything today. It looks like though we'll get to the rest of these profiles though. I think we'll get to that today. Okay, let's see if we can blast through this here. Okay. Nestor, the Mean Dragon. Enchanted. Okay. So I have okay. So how did I do this before? Let me go back up to the top here. Blah. Villa monthly profiles. Okay. This month. Okay. Profile background. I didn't do. Uh. Tana villain and really risking its life this time with Nestor the mean dragon. Okay, I guess I'll write it down kind of how I have it written down instead of just doing Nestor the mean dragon. What did I? How did I do this up here? Violet Moon Shadow. Violet is a little bit different here. What did I do for Barty profile? Barty the gnome. VM profile. Barty the gnome. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I guess not that much. Mean dragon. Enchanted. Villain. Okay. We do it like this. Enchanted. And monthly. Is really risking its life this time with Nestor the mean dragon. Okay. EVM, welcome, Nestor, to Enchanted Villain Monthly. A magazine for evil villains of the realm. Okay. Unfortunate for me, but fortunate for you, I don't like food that talks back. Ask your questions, puny human. Ask your questions, puny human. Fortunately, my voice doesn't go that low, but that's okay. EVM. And okay, so this is supposed to be like the interviewer is being kind of intimidated. Tell us a bit about yourself. About yourself. Okay. I was born cowering human with a brother. He died after hatching, and now I hate everyone else. That's fairly non-descriptive. Maybe it's going to turn out that Chester was his brother, because maybe I had that in mind. So maybe that's why I thought of the brother thing earlier. EVM. I've heard you were doing some work for Max? Question mark. Let's see. True. He lets me attack small villages, but everyone runs. Want people to stop being afraid of me, because when they're afraid, they do stupid things, which I don't even remember what I wrote here. Stupid things which makes me angry. And when I get angry, I start burning things. And then I don't get to eat. Important. Like, why should he be worried about them being afraid of him and then about burning things? Because he's supposed to be mean. You'd think that he maybe gets angry because they run away and then he isn't able to catch them for food or something. I don't know. I don't know even what I was thinking there, but whatever. We'll just go with it. I still haven't really fleshed out the dragons that well yet, so maybe that's something we'll have to work on here. Um, then why work for Max? It's a living. I have free sheep and cattle buffet, but now you're making me angry. BM. I guess that's all we have time for today. We'd like to thank Nestor for his time. I'm leaving. Okay. Next month, the infamous Black Knight. I don't know what I have for the Black Knight because the Black Knight I think is supposed to be silent and stuff, so I don't know if there's much of a deal here, but apparently I do have the interview written down here. Okay. So now we're at the Black Knight here. Like I said, I'm gonna have to rework the dragon part of it. I want dragon to be part of the game. Because Max wants dragons. In fact, the dragons might be responsible for disappearing the people, basically capturing the people and carrying them off, and then giving them to Max. So, and there's a possibility I could work that into the story, into the actual gameplay part, where like maybe you'll have to infiltrate the dragon's nest and find a way of disenchanting them or getting them disenchanted. So apparently, normally dragons are nice creatures, unless they're enchanted to be evil, or unless they're just normally mean. Okay. Black Knight. Enchanted villain. Monthly. I want that in capitals, I think. Monthly. Spotlights. The Black Knight. No known background exists except his fondness for unicorn meat. And you know what that means. Who's the last unicorn? Mm-hmm. BM. Black Knight. Fearsome though you are, fearsome though you may be, we'd like to welcome you to the Enchanted Villain Monthly Profile. BK. Happy to be here. What can I do for you? This guy's apparently nice, I guess, here. Tell us a bit about yourself. Okay, on to the next page. We're flying through these pages now. Well, that's kind of tricky. I don't rightly know myself, except I love unicorn steaks. How are you affiliated with Max? Well, with Maximilian Spell. He is an old college buddy. Of course, since dropping out of Knight's Academy, he has since become a black wizard. Now, okay, so I have a couple of conflicting things here, right? So he's supposed to be a college buddy of Black Knight, but Max went to Wizard U, and apparently the Black Knight would have went to Knights Academy. So I don't know. Maybe Max went to Knights Academy and then transferred to Wizard U, or something of that nature. Since becoming a Black Wizard. We used to have great fun sneaking over to Princess Prep, partying with the babes. This was before tourism took hold, though. So one day I'm eating the last unicorn steak. We'll say roast this time because I already said steak up there. Unicorn roast. And I get a flying scroll saying Maxi Boy's got a job. For me. One is crushing everyone in his way. The other states that he knows the whereabouts of another unicorn. So here I am. And I don't know if I told you about the Black Knight before, and I'm not even sure if maybe I decided to change it because how weird it was. I wonder if I should say it or not, because it's kind of weird and it's kind of relevant to today, even though it's not really. It was not meant to be that way. So originally, the secret of the Black Knight is the Black Knight never talked or anything. And okay, so this is my idea, possibly influenced by Shrek, possibly just because of what I was thinking. But at night, so the Black Knight would go to sleep and not know, go to sleep like normal, right? When he woke up, the armor was actually enchanted armor, so it was actually laying down, and really he was a princess, but she was dark skinned, so she was a Black Knight, which I know sounds pretty weird. I just thought it would be kind of interesting that he had this weird secret and nobody knew about it, and so the idea, at least at the time, I don't know if later I just decided that that was kind of inappropriate or something. Maybe, I don't know. I wasn't thinking of anything weird. It was just the fact that the since the Black Knight never talked, he didn't know what was in the suit of armor, and this girl didn't know what happened during the day. She only knows that she passes out when the daylight comes, and so she's transformed back into the Black Knight, and so really he was under a spell. She was under a spell, and the enchanted armor sort of took over, and she couldn't do anything. And so yeah, she was going to be black skinned, dark skinned princess uh, that was taken over by the Black Knight. And Sir William, when he got turned back into a human, was eventually uh, going to marry her, and uh, that was the thing that I was thinking of. But the way I have it set up here, um, I think I decided not to do that just because it was too, I don't know. Maybe it's too racially motivated or something. I mean, it wasn't in my mind. I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just thinking it would be interesting or funny or weird to do in my story. So I could still do it, but right now, according to this, which nobody will see other than you or other than people that watch the video or listen to the story here, anyone that didn't do that, that played the game, won't see this actual exchange here. But in this dealing, he was a college buddy, and I have the four magical schools, which is for the tourists. I could make the four magical schools one school, but with four like departments, for buildings, you know, for whatever you wanted to take, and so it would be the school that way. Um, and I could still do that. And so the idea was that he was buddies with them. You know, wizards are become kind of like nerds. You know, technical and whatever spells and stuff. And the Knights Academy they're kind of like jocks, and you know they're the athletic stuff, and they learn, you know. Anyways, it was all for the tourists, anyways. So I'm not sure if I'll do that or not. But supposedly before there was tourism, these were actual schools, or it wasn't actually a school. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe before it was a tourist resort, this the each of the magical training schools was one school, and that they really were college buddies at that time. But now that since tourism came, they got split up into four different dealies because they're doing it for the tourists. Anyways, so that's the deal with the Black Knight. So I'm not sure how I decided I was going to change the Black Knight. What was going to happen to him? I may have changed the thought process of his whole story or whatever here, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so EVM. EM. You mean Sir William? Question mark. He isn't a sir anymore. EVM. Well, after you get him, then what? Okay. I guess I hang up my shield. Okay. EVM. Well, thanks for spending time with us. Okay. Turn it over. Okay. My pleasure. Next month, we talk to Zanzibar the Great and how he was able to deceive the nation. I don't know about this deceiving nation thing. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, I guess I'll see here as I type this out. Um, Okay, I can go ahead and pre-tell you who he is before I actually read off my notes. So Zanzibar the Great was a magician. Now, magician, as we think of magicians, magic tricks, right? Prestidigitation, illusion, that sort of thing. Um, so he did something, and I don't remember what it was. I don't know if I have it here or if it's written somewhere else or whatever. But apparently, he had deceived somebody out of something like money or something, and he was being chased by the authorities. So he wasn't just a magician; he was also a thief. And so he manages to make his way to this place where there's a bunch of wizards gathering, like a convention center or even a mall or something. Um, and they all go into let's just say I'm just kind of making this up a little bit, but let's just say it was a mall and the store was a magician's store or whatever, and all these guys are going into it, and nobody's coming out. And he sees it, and he sees them, and it's a magician store, right? Magic tricks, right? So he runs in with them. He gets in with the crowd, and he manages to step through the portal, and now he's in Enchanted Lands. So, just by trying to escape the authorities in our world, he manages to make it into Enchanted Lands. So he tries to con people through his because he's stuck there now, and so he tries to con people out of some food or something. And one time he runs into Max, and he tries to con him, and Max is at first he's furious, and then he realizes this is pretty good. I mean, he almost got me. He almost got to me, or maybe he does. Maybe he actually does get it. He somehow he manages to steal something from him, and instead of getting mad at him, he decides to ask him to join him because he needs somebody with that's kind of bold, even if he's a faker. He actually asked him to join up with him because he was so surprised and so delighted with the fact that this guy was bold enough to con him, who he thought he thinks he's such a great evil wizard that nobody's going to be able to con him, and this guy manages to do so, and a guy that doesn't really have magic in the first place, and so that doubly impresses him. So he has him, he signs him up. Now I don't remember exactly what I have for Zanzibar to do and what he plays in the main story. I just thought it was a funny idea that this guy would be being chased, and he goes into into a group of real wizards and manages to end up in Enchanted Lands. And what would he do there? And what was the point? So I still don't know what his point is. Maybe his point, maybe his job is to trick tourists into working the mines or whatever. I mean, that could be a thing. That could be a thing that I come up with. So let's see what my notes actually say, and then see if I can't think of something that fits with that. Okay, okay. Next month we talk about Zanzibar the Great. Okay, Zanzibar the Great. This month, the Genevilla Monthly chats with a great magician, or is it a great deceiver? Uh, Rumor has it that he used to do magic tricks, but was banished from his own realm by sharing the secrets of his tricks with everyone, which is forbidden by the magician's code. That's right. So he's a magician that starts revealing the secrets, and he's banished uh, because of the magician's code. In fact, several get mad at him and start chasing him to capture him and to do something to him. I don't know what. Not like you can legally do something to somebody. You just um, if somebody really, I mean, if the magician's code thing is real, like somebody told secrets, maybe they get shunned. I don't know if that is how actually works here. But the idea is he exposes all the tricks and stuff, and they get mad at him, and they want to string him up or something, and so they chase him. And okay, so sharing the secrets forbidden by the magician's code. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping your busy schedule to talk to us. And he says, no problem. Thanks for having me. Rumor has it you're banished from your own realm. Can you tell us about that as well as give us a bit of your background? Says, well, where I come from, we don't actually banish evil people. I'm from that realm you call Round World, and I call Earth. Okay, so at some point I was calling it Round World. I don't know what our realm was called. Blue Realm. I don't know because we're a blue planet or whatever. I don't know. They usually put their criminals in prisons. Basically, I believe everyone should know how to do magic tricks. Okay, so that was his deal. His deal is that everybody should know how to do magic. This angered other magicians to the point they wanted to do physical harm to me. Okay. Now, to be fair, I don't think any magician, even if you expose their secrets, want to physically harm another person. So I'm not putting this in here for that. So don't misunderstand me. I just thought it was a funny thing. So I sought a way to get out of my own country. So how did you end up here? As luck would have it, during my last performance, there was a wizards convention next door, and I was already dressed for the part. I went over there to escape the wrath of the other magicians. I hid in the line of visiting wizards who were stepping through a portal, which at the time I thought was just a bit of convention theatrics. Little did I realize I had stepped into a real-life magic kingdom. So now here you are in a foreign realm. What did you do? The only thing I could, I pretended to be a great wizard, and at last I could start over and didn't have anyone after me. EBM says, sounds like the end of an exciting story, but how did you end up in the service of Maximilian Spell? That's actually a funny story. You see, as a fake wizard, I found it could be pretty easy. No, found it could be pretty lucrative as a business. So I began making money out of fake wizardry. One day, Mr. Spell comes up asking for a way to look into the future, so I oblige and take his money. I bet he wasn't too happy about being tricked. Well, he was furious at first, but when I explained the situation, he changed. He was amused at the fact I was making a considerable sum by faking this magic. After being after being what? After being to some after being tied up to some wine cask in the cellar of the Enchanted Landian, he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Apparently, he makes offers that none of them can refuse. That's very interesting. Well, good luck in your career, and thanks for taking the time with us. No, thank you. Until next time. Okay. Okay. So that is that's Zanzibar the Great. So okay. So now I guess I should have typed it in. I kind of wasted some time just talking here, but so here let's all right. Zanzibar the Great. This month, Enchanted Villain Monthly chats with a great chats with chats with a great magician or or is it a great deceiver? Question mark. Okay. Back around. Rumor has it that he used to do magic tricks, but was banished from his own realm by sharing the secrets of other magicians, which is forbidden by the magician's code. So it wasn't just that he exposes his own tricks; it's that he exposes the secrets of other magicians. Okay, EVM. Thanks for stopping your busy schedule to talk to us. G, no problem. Thanks for having me. M, rumor has it you were banished from your own realm. Can you tell us about that as well as give us a bit of your background? Question mark. Okay. Well, where I come from, we don't actually banish people. I have to think of something else for the realms because we're not talking planets here. We're talking about realms of, where the planet is. What would the realm be considered? Uh, but anyways, we don't actually banish people. I'm from realm. Maybe let's see something here. Synonyms for blue. I don't know. I'm not talking about blue as I'm talking about blue the color, but what are different words for blue? Azure, cerulean, slightly greenish tint reminiscent of a clear summer sky. Cobalt, a deep rich blue color often used to describe the color of cobalt oxide navy. Dark muted blue color. Sapphire, indigo, sky blue, turquoise, ultramarine, aquamarine. Describe color in various contexts. For blue. You know what? We'll call it cerulean, I guess. See what cerulean. How do you spell that? Okay, cerulean. Cerulean blue. Vibrant, semi-transparent greenish blue pigment with a rich history dating back and derived from Latin word meaning sky blue. Images. That's what cerulean looks like, huh? Let's since we're going via color, sort of. Let's call it something. Let's okay. Let's do something here. Put a blank page here. Okay, let's call it. I'm from the realm you call cerulean. How about that? Okay, I think that's how you pronounce cerulean. I don't know. Cerulean. Okay, and I call Earth. Okay. They usually put criminals in prisons. Actually, probably they would in Shadowlands as well, but he was a special case. They wanted to ban him, get him out of the land completely. They put criminals in prisons. Basically, I believed that magic tricks should be shared with everyone, but the magicians didn't see it that way. Okay. Okay, let's get the other page up. Okay. Okay. When I revealed all their secrets, they wanted to do physical harm to me. So I sought a way to get I won't say country, so I so I had to get out of there quick. Okay, EBM. So how did you end up here? CTG. As luck would have it, during my last performance, there was a Wizards convention. Next door. I was already dressed for the part. I went over there to escape the wrath of my fellow prestidigitators. Fellow prestidigitators. Okay. And hid in a line of visiting wizards. Just a sec. I'm just thinking I want to read word this, and it's really not that important, but see, and hid in a line of visiting wizards who I didn't know were actual wizards at the time. As they were stepping through the portal, it looked to me like a bunch of theatrics, and realized maybe I could deck out on them. Okay, let's see. Little did I realize I had stepped into a real step through a real magic portal into a real magic kingdom. Okay. So now here you are in a foreign realm, and what did you do? The only thing I could. I pretended to be a great wizard. I found I could start over. No one found I could start over. No one knew me here, and no one was chasing me. Sounds like the end of an exciting story. But how did you end up end up in the service of Maxi Boy? How did you end up in the service of Maximilian Spell? ZTG. Having a hard time typing ZTG for his initials. I could have just put Z though, I guess, but this is part of his title, Zanzibar the Great. Okay. So what did he say down here? That is actually a funny story. It is actually a funny story. See, I found as a fake wizard, I could, let's see, it could be, see, I found it pretty lucrative to be a fake wizard, and I began making some decent money. Okay. One day, a spell comes up asking for a way to look into the future. So I oblige and take his money. How about gladly? As if somebody's going to read this, but whatever. Maybe some of you are still listening, maybe one person is still listening, or maybe somebody's actually watching. So you'll know it, even if nobody else ever reads this. Okay. EVM. I bet he wasn't too happy. At first, he was furious. When I explained the situation, his demeanor changed. He started to be amused at the fact I was making a considerable sum by faking magic. After being tied up to some wine cask in a cellar, of what turned out to be the Grand Enchanted Landian, only the best, most expensive hotel in the lands. He made me an offer I couldn't refuse. It seems Max makes a lot of offerings people can't refuse. Well, good luck on your new career, and thanks for taking some time with us. GTG : space. No, thank you. EVM. Next month, we profile that sorry creature who turned evil via a magic ring he likes to call his precious. Hint, hint. Funny, funny, whatever. Just a little joke. Little joke that maybe they interviewed Gollum, which will not at all. Well, maybe I'll put a bunches of references in there. Well, so now of the pages I have left, see how many pieces of paper is this? See if I can count them. 1, 2. Oh, come on. Come on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 8.5. So I actually have 8.5 pages left. And it looks like I started with rewriting Maximilian spells like plot arcs, main plot points, but I quit at some point, and then I had this other thing, gameplay including cutscenes, walks out, wakes up. So I started to make like a walkthrough, like a gameplay walkthrough of for John, but it's only like half the page, and while I may still put that in there, that's not really important. But these rewrites aren't that important either, as far as that goes. In fact, what I might do is I might put them in after hours and not on camera or anything. So yeah. So okay, so we got quite a bit done here. Let's see something here. Am I still okay? I'm no longer recording, right? I stopped the recording. Good, good, good. Okay. Good zone. Okay. So okay, so I'm looking in the chats right now. In fact, I didn't even know. I have my taskbar, or what Linux calls the panel, auto hide. So I might be able to put that back, because originally it was so that I had, firstly, I'd have the whole screen to record, and then secondly, so that you wouldn't see the what I had open and stuff. But right now I'm just doing the desktop all the time, so okay, let's switch to the webcam here, so you're not seeing infinite me's here. Now I'm just looking at the chat in the YouTube thing. It's actually in OBS. It's showing the chat in here. Max, the good guys and the bad guys. Hi, what are you reading? It's Ufgood's own story. Is it a story you wrote for your game? What the game gonna be? 2D JRPG, 3D ARPG, text adventure, I believe. Someone throw a paper airplane at Ufgood and tell him to watch his chat. Okay. How's Redot gonna do you have any concerns about the team? Who knows? Really pick your poison with these open source projects. I'm still tuned, but not chatting. Same here, doing my own writing with this in the background. Inglorious 144B. That's fine. I mean, it's not like I have a bunch of stuff on the screen. I got some text on the screen. You might not be able to read the text very well, but anyways, yeah. So where am I still in here? I'm just now looking at the chat. I wasn't paying attention to the chat, to all the chats. So I'm going to be stopping the stream here in a few minutes. Let's see. Okay, Okay, so that's just some general chat here, etc., and so forth and so on. Okay. Not Linux Mint, Linux Mint. I used to call it Linux. Why? Because Linus is pronounced Linus instead of Linux, and then everybody's like, "Oh, it's Linux." So okay, I'll pronounce it Linux. I still refer to it as Linux, or I think about it as Linux occasionally. Okay, that has nothing to do with anything. Game dev, nothing to do with anything. Nobody cares. Okay, that's fine. Oh, Ludum Dare, somebody did chat in there. Uh, yeah, I've heard of that. Somebody was telling me about Meshy AI, but it has a paywall, 3D model generator. Um, so we'll see, I guess. Okay, so okay, maybe not. That's okay. See something here. Two concurrent viewers. I guess it's just Matt Rook, or even I think mine's even running in the background. So in any case, okay. So I guess I am about ready to go now, and I want to say thank you for listening. If you were listening, if you were watching at all, thanks for watching. Even though there wasn't that much to see. And tomorrow, I think I'll do the thing where I stick it into ChatGPT, and we'll start building the actual story for the choose your own adventure version or phase of the game. And even though I might have multiple, um, even though I might have multiple, um, what was I saying? Anyways, there's many different phases. Oh yeah, even though I have multiple locations, I'm gonna try to make sure that this phase of the game, this first phase, the choose your own adventure phase, doesn't have a lot of rooms to go through. Um, but still, it's got to be a complete story. So essentially, it's going to be like a complete game, right? That you'll be able to play. So uh, I'll I think there's a way to get it on the web. I think they got a web export. So I might web export it and put it on like itch.io maybe, and it'll just be up there for people to, if they're interested, just to look at it. It's not a big deal. Like you don't have to play it or nothing. Um, but I should be done with that phase fairly soon, and then the second phase will be longer. It was the one where I was going to put a separate navigation control, which means it basically just means north, south, east, and west, putting them as directionals, and then modifying the game to where any choices you make are choices you make in the particular scene or room. Yeah, sometimes I say scene and sometimes I say room because uh, Godot and Redot have what are called scenes, and scenes are not the same as my scenes, my adventure game scenes. The so technically in code they're called rooms. So I use rooms and scenes interchangeably, whatever. Um, so yeah, so anyways, what I'll do is I'll rejigger the game, the current game to use directionals independently, and then change your choices to where the choices are just basically anything you do in that particular room. And then I will also expand out the game to more locations or more things to do, um, to get ready for the third phase, and I don't remember what the third phase is just yet. Um, but whatever it is, I'll have like complete games at the end of each phase, like, and they'll just be kind of put up on itch.io, and then people can play them at any point and quit them at any point, obviously. So what could happen at the end is maybe you just want an idea of how it kind of changed over time. So aside from watching the updates, maybe you'll go and play each version for like a few minutes. Like you don't necessarily have to complete it, but maybe you'll do it for a few minutes and you'll see how it changed over time, what I added and what I did. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I will see you tomorrow at hopefully around the same time. So yeah, and I'll see you later.